Hey, another stream today. Hope everyone had a great weekend. I think we're up to like 56 subscribers, so just want to give a shout out and say thank you to everyone that has subscribed so far and is supporting the channel. It helps a lot. It helps push out the content to more people, so that's much appreciated. Just making sure we're live here on all platforms. Cool. Looks like everything is rocking and rolling here. Let me move some screens around here. Okay, cool. So, as usual, I'm gonna review some of the items that we worked on last stream, and then we can decide on what we'll work on this stream. So, let's see. So we did this. So this is done. Brainstorm. This is done for now. This is kind of a continuous item here that we'll work on continuously, but this is something we're going to work on today, or at least removing the non-important objects. So let me say today's 26, 5. We'll add this item here. Review. Beautiful. Tempted objects are in okay. We'll try to do this today. We're probably going to start on the styling changes, and possibly we can get to this. We'll see. I really want to get this Blue Cactus AI website up. I'm either going to be deploying this inside of a Kubernetes cluster, or for now, we're just going to host it directly on S3, just so we don't have to pay these Kubernetes costs when we're not, don't have all of the services deployed to the cluster. Let's see here. Schema. Okay, yeah, this is something maybe we could get to today. Let's see. Let's also look into this and that. Sorry, and for all new events. Okay. So again, back to what we worked on last stream. Let me pull that up here. Okay. There we go. Okay, so on last stream, we worked on a couple things. One of the items that we did work on was improving this coaching document. So we made some significant changes to this. So if I come to view report, we'll see we added a lot of detail here. Estimated 10 feet of speed, safety focus level high. So we kind of have some methodology. We need to review this closer during the stream today, but let's see. Driver was involved in a panic event. Here are the objects that were detected. Driver was detected. Let's see. Behavior summary, performance metrics, key observations. Here's a shared action plan for both the driver and the coach. Here are some driver reflection questions. Driver commitment, and then shared notes. So the idea with this is there's an event. We do AI analysis on that event. We generate this coaching report, and a coach would sit down with the driver and discuss the information on this document. Let's take a look at the analysis again here. So these are, for anyone that's new to the stream, we have dash cameras in vehicles. They trigger events at the edge. Sometimes we use accelerometer to trigger the event. Sometimes we're using models on the edge to detect events. After we detect these events, then we're doing some post-analysis on it. So using some models to do even more analysis on this event. So we're doing analysis on the video. Then we're building a reconstruction. Let's see here. Then we're building a reconstruction. Let's refresh this here. Then we're building this reconstruction of the event. So on the last stream, we improved this PDF document. And we improved the performance of this 3D visualization. So that was some pretty significant progress on the last stream. So the first thing we're actually going to do today is, this is not directly related to the coaching, but it is important. So if I come to alerts, right now I see these different alerts. And we now have some new events called Smart Shock, Smart Brake, Smart Turn, and Smart Acceleration. And what we need to do is add a filter, or two things. We're going to be adding an alert for these different events, and then also adding a filter to the report. So if I come to report, let me go to critical events. Okay, so this is actually me. I was driving around in my car this morning. Let's see. So now we also have these events: ADAS lane departure warning right, ADAS lane departure warning left. So also we need to add analyzed. Where is that? I know I have it. Let's see. Speeding alert go. Where is, I have analyzed on here. Let's see. Embed the 3D coach and clean up the PDF. Add live video. Hold on. We're going to copy this. And I need to find the event. Okay, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Wrong date. Okay. Got it. So these are different events that I just triggered, and so right now this report doesn't have filters for all of the available event types. So that's one of the items we're going to work on, and we may do that first since that's pretty straightforward. So what I'm going to do is let's open up VS Code. I think we have it open already. So we're going to use GPT-5 Mini. And I'm going to say the reports code is handling a filter. So when we run the critical events report, we can use a filter, and then we run that SQL query with that filter and return the appropriate results. Can you look into this code and help me understand exactly how it works? We need to make modifications to it. So yeah, guys, we're going to be adding this filter here for these new events. So like, here's an example of a DSM fatigue or lane departure warning. Let's take a look. Lane departure warning is when you cross the solid white line. So you're going to see here, I actually purposely dipped across that solid white line right there. Here's me actually in the vehicle. And we're going to be running the AI analysis on these different events today as we do more testing. But pretty much right now, I can't select a filter. So if I wanted to look at only panic button events, I can use this panic button filter. But if I want to look at these only lane departure warning or only an event like a smart brake or a smart turn, I can't do that. So let's see. Go look for the code. It's in the reports subdirectory. Getparty.ai is not a Git repository, but every subdirectory inside of getparty.ai is. Oh, it's on Ask. Go find the appropriate file and open it. And guys, we're training a little old school RuneScape just in the background. It's a good second monitor game. They have these gemstone crab mobs that they just added to the game, and you can literally just fight them. And it's kind of like AFK, right? So I don't have to, I can be in the game training without being focused on the game. I can be focused on my work, which is pretty cool. So GPT-5 Mini is going to do some investigation here. Also, we're going to be opening up our ingress traffic during stream. I just want to make sure we don't see any unusual activity since we are live streaming now. Did you get stuck? Try again. We'll let it go for like another minute here. All right, let's. There we go. No, we don't want to validate the data or add any checks. We don't need to do that. So if I need to add a filter, all we need to do is make the modification in the front end service, right? Check next TS, review the code, and let me know your thoughts. If the event type is available in the database and it comes in the request, there should be no issue, or we shouldn't need to make any modification to the backend service, right? Hey guys, if you're just joining the stream, we're working on a few different things, but I'll kind of show the core item that we're working on. So we have dash cameras in vehicles, and these dash cameras record events. So things like quick acceleration, quick deceleration, hard turn, hard brake. So we use an accelerometer to detect these type of events. Then we also have edge AI events where we're using models at the edge. So to detect things like distraction, fatigue. Also ADAS stuff. Advanced driver assistance system stuff, so things like forward collision warning, lane departure warning, stuff like that. And after we generate these events, we run a post analysis on the event. So we try to detect objects in the video, try to see which objects are relevant, and then we build a reconstruction. And I don't know, it's kind of interesting. I'm not sure if this is a delay, still some delay from AWS or AT&T or something right now, but pretty much here's the event reconstruction. So, again, instruction. Interesting. When you first click it, oh, no, that one was quick. So, and then we build this reconstruction, and then we're generating a report. So generating a report for the coach to try to coach the driver. So this is kind of the core stuff that we're working on. And then also we're trying to knock out a few easy items here. So, we're going to do this. This is going to be in progress. Let's see. We're going to work on this. This shouldn't be too hard. This shouldn't be terribly hard. And this is in progress. This is actually progress. This will be in progress soon. Progress soon. This is in progress now. Analyzed. We don't need this item. Make sure you analyze indicators defined in the event artifacts table schema. Okay, so we're working on this item right now. So we're adding these filters to the front end, and the way that the filter works right now is if I come to the critical event report, and I can enter a filter here, and so pretty much we'll pass this filter in the request object to the backend service, and then we're using this event type in our prepared statement. So I just asked GPT-5 Mini, which seems to be keeps getting stuck this morning. Did you get stuck? Try again. GPT-5 Mini's pretty slow this morning. If we continue to notice this delay, we may switch to a different model. Who knows? OpenAI may be deploying some code right now or something. Let's try a Grok Codefast one. Can you review the chat and let me know if I only need to make a modification to Next.ts to add these new filters to the critical event report and everything should work as expected? Yeah, go review the front end code closer. Interesting. Grok Code Fast 1. Or GitHub Copilot's moving pretty slow this morning. Let's see if Codex is moving slow here. Let's see. We need to include new filters on the critical event report in the next TS service. I want you to review the code in the next TS service and also the code in the backend report service. And let me know what we need to do to add new filters. We should only need to add the new filters to the request body on the front end, and we should not have to make any modifications to the back end. But I want you to confirm this. Do not take any action or modify any code. Just review the code and give me your thoughts and approach to add new event type filters. Their Codex is moving much faster than GitHub. GitHub Copilot has got stuck about 3 or 4 times this morning. Or it just is kind of in an infinite loop spinning here. What happened? Did you get stuck? It's trying to tell me that calls critical events. No, you must be wrong, because I know that report is sending a request. Or maybe it's calling the account service and the account service is calling reports. But I'm almost certain that we should be calling that endpoint somewhere. Review it again. So right now, Grok Code is telling me that this service is not, or my front end isn't calling my back end service, which, I mean, if I go to my network and we refresh this page here and we click generate, I mean, I can literally tell that we're calling the endpoint right here. So you grab that. You're right. See if GPT-5 switch back to 5 Mini, see if Mini can figure it out. Grok Code Fast 1 just told me that my next TS service is not calling the backend report service. I'm not sure that this is true. Can you go review Next.ts and see if you can find how it calls the backend report service to fetch the critical events? So Codex looks like it got it. Interesting. It's kind of funny. Actually, GPT-5 Mini, and I don't know if this is GitHub Copilot having some service interruption here, but GPT-5 Mini and Grok Code Fast 1 are telling me right now that my service, it's almost like it's having trouble pulling in context right now. Let's see, keep the same thread. Let's just pause this and let's try a Claude Sonnet 4.5. Okay, so Grok Code Fast 1 and GPT-5 Mini are telling me that my front-end service is not calling reports to fetch the critical events, but I know that this is not true. Can you review and see if you can find the code that's calling the backend service to fetch the critical event report? Let's see if Claude Sonnet 4.5 can... Okay. Well, look at that. I'm impressed. Okay, there's Sonnet 4.5 for you guys. It very concise, no extra crap. Just gave me exactly what I needed. So did Codex. Codex took a little bit longer to do it, but I know that Codex model, I think, is designed to work a bit longer. I know Sonnet 4.5 can work longer too, but it seems to have a good idea when to deliver the answer fast versus take longer to work on the problem. So port, right. Okay, add new event types here. Gotcha. Okay, hold on, I'm grabbing another computer here to check. all of the new event types. Just bear with me. Oh, I have to charge this machine. Value DSM. Interesting. Okay, we need to add all of these values to the filter on the front end, and also smart brake, smart accelerate, smart turn, smart shock, smart severe shock. Smart shock. And smart severe shock. Let's go with smart brake. Repeat to me the exact events you're going to be adding to the front end filter. Do not make any changes yet. We don't need to add this one. Let me chug a little water. Get this on. This should be good for now, I think. Still waiting for another computer where I have these events there. I do have another. Okay. So, oh, this computer's dead too. Let's see if this other machine's dead. Interesting. Battery's low. Okay, go ahead and add these to the event type options, and then check out to a new branch in that service, give the branch an appropriate name, commit these changes, and then let's push to origin. Now, I don't know if this is just a volume scale thing, and I know that OpenAI is serving a lot more users, but there's moments where GPT-5, OpenAI seems like they're having some resource issue, or they're getting a ton of traffic, or they're deploying new stuff, and it doesn't happen all the time. It's very intermittent, but there are moments where GPT-5 is just almost unusable. Same with Gemini. But Claude, I don't know if they're dedicating more of their resource to coding, where I know OpenAI is servicing the consumer. They have like 800 million consumer users, right? But sometimes, like this morning, I can't even. GPT-5 Mini is almost unusable. Codex is working okay. The CLI Codex, and I don't know if it's related to GitHub Copilot or if it's OpenAI or what, but Grok Code Fast 1 and GPT-5 Mini this morning was moving pretty slow. Go ahead and create a new branch, and we'll commit these changes and then push to origin. Cool. So once we push, okay, we just pushed to origin. Nice. Okay. So once we get this, I'm gonna go ahead and merge that branch into main. It'll push the Docker image. And then we should see the filters in this report. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go to GitHub. Let's go to XTS. Go ahead and merge this branch into main. Okay, we just merged this into main. Okay, let's go to actions. Docker image is building. Come back. So guys, we're adding some new filters here. So these filters pretty much pull up our filter for a specific event type. So you can see here's panic buttons. This is me this morning in my vehicle triggering the panic button event. And guys, we're working on some simple items here, adding some filters, and then we're going to create some new notifications here for some real-time notifications because we have some new alert types. But hey, Cole. Yes, I know I did the dishes this morning too, and a little bit of laundry. So glad you're here, Cole. Right now we're working on some simple stuff. Last stream we got a lot of stuff done. We worked on the reconstruction performance. This is working a lot better. We also made some pretty significant improvements to this PDF report. So now you can see we give like a safety focus level. Why this event is important. So here it's saying like there was a nearby object estimated in less than 10 feet. We have the event snapshot, behavior summary, performance metrics, key observations. So this is kind of interesting. Driver involved in panic button event at 66 miles per hour with nearby objects within 10 feet, posing high risk. So we're kind of starting to try to see what deterministic rules we can use to try to build some type of methodology and then use that methodology to try to determine how high risk it is. Then we have an action plan, so action items for the driver and the coach, reflection questions, here's the driver commitment. So pretty much when the driver signs this document, he's kind of saying, hey, I commit to prioritizing safety, right? So right now what we're doing is we have some new alert types. And right now in our filter, we don't have all of those alert types available in the filter. And the way this works is if I click like panic button in the filter, go to inspect, go to the network tab, and click generate, you'll see it makes this call. And in the request body, there's a payload, right? And in the payload, we have this filter panic button. We have a from time, a to time, and this is in UTC time format. And we convert it to UTC because it's like a general time format that's the same for all users. And then we use the user's computer time to convert the time of this report based off of your local computer time. Hey, 123, the true one. How are you? Welcome. So pretty much we're adding these new filters. We actually, in this service, the back end, the query just has a parameter called event type. So like if I come in here and say, can you open up the file that has the SQL query for the report? The critical event report. Good, 123. Thanks for being here. We're working on some simple items here today, adding the report, or adding a filter to this report. We're going to be adding some new alerts. But after that, we're either going to be working on the mobile app or we're going to be working more on this AI coaching solution. So we have, we're doing AI analysis on critical events, but, let's see. So for now, let's go back, to here. Here's the SQL file. Okay. So just want to show you guys this so you can be aware of the SQL query. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So pretty much, let's see. Let's limit set. I believe that here is where we would add the event type filter in the SQL query, right? So pretty much the front end builds that request object, calls the back end service. And you never want to have like a front end service directly calling your database, right? Because that's not secure. So you always want to have the front end build the request object, call the back end. The back end has middleware where you can do some type of authentication to make sure you're not getting some request that's not from your server or from your system, or some nefarious request. So you'd use some middleware there to do some authentication or run a check, and then you'd execute your SQL query on the back end. So this is kind of where the query takes in that filter, right? So let's see if this image is done building. Okay, looks like the image is done building. Let's just ask Sonnet to do. Can you do a rollout restart on the next TS deployment? So now we're going to do a rollout restart on the pod. So this is all of this is deployed on AWS EKS. Oh, it's front end is the name. So you can see this is the front end pod running right now. Right now we're looking for the deployment name of the, so the deployment name is Next.js, and now we're gonna do a rollout restart. Okay, now if you see I run, this is gonna happen fast. Okay, it already happened. So look, you can see the age of this pod is 4 seconds. So what happened here pretty much is the application code Docker turned the application code into an image, and then Kubernetes is taking the image and deploying it as a container inside of Kubernetes hosted on AWS. And Kubernetes is like a container management system. Now there's different ways to deploy your system. You could use ECS and Fargate and do it serverless. Right now I'm actually managing the node groups, so I manage the services or the servers in node groups. And then these containers, pretty much these containers are like the workload, right? And the workload runs on the servers. So anyways, let's check the status of our rollout deployment. It's already done. So if I refresh the screen here, and let's go to reports, critical event report, and now we see we have our different event types in the filter, right? So if I come to DSM distraction, boom, our DSM distraction events. Beautiful. So, and we could also add 2 filters, I believe. So say we want DSM distraction, and we want lane departure warning right and lane departure warning left. Click generate, and we'll get all of those events here. So that's pretty cool. So let's go to our notepad here and say add smart event filters and notifications for all new events. Okay, great. This is working. I see the filters on the critical event report now. Now I want you to go review how we handle alerts. So I want you to look at the Next.js listener service that checks event types when we're ingesting the real-time data. And then look into what we need to do to set up some new alerts. So on the front end service, you'll see we have an alerts page where we can add alerts. So investigate this to see what we need to do to add these new event types as alerts, and then let me know your approach and what the difficulty will be. Kind of a big chunky prompt there. So guys, we just added these filters here, new filters for this report type. So these are our new advanced driver assistance system events. So we have lane departure warning left, lane departure warning right, forward collision warning. So like if you're getting too close to the vehicle in front of you, you'll get that forward collision warning beep. And then something called headway monitoring warning, and that's where you're following too closely. So if you've been following a vehicle too closely for an extended period of time, that will generate the headway monitoring warning event. And guys, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe. It does help push out this content to more people, and it's much appreciated. So this is good, and this is this morning. This was actually me driving around. If I go to the map here, and then we go to trips, we can see here's my trip this morning, and here are all of our events. What's this? DSM calling. Oh, wow. They have a DSM calling. Our partner got DSM calling. Very good. Okay, interesting. So we need to add this one also. First, let's see what this says here. Okay, so a couple things. First, we need to add this event to the filter. Then you need to take all the new event types that we added to the filter and make the necessary modifications in Nest backend and the alerts UI to add these as real-time alerts. Be very delicate and precise. Okay. So guys, this morning we originally were using GPT-5 Mini, which GPT-5 Mini is a model that is available through GitHub Copilot. So I'm using VS Code and GitHub Copilot. These models don't charge you any additional metered cost on top of your base cost. So the base cost of GitHub Copilot, I need to look at the exact base cost, but it's about $10 a month. So if you use these models, they won't charge you any additional money on top of that base cost. If you use these models, they will charge you additional money on top of that base cost. So right now I'm using Whisperflow for speech to text. I'm using VS Code, GitHub Copilot, and we're also using Codex CLI, right? So I have the ChatGPT Plus plan, which is about $20 a month. Then GitHub Copilot 2, which is about $10 a month. Okay, so it made these modifications. Okay, good. It's about to commit the changes. Okay, nice. Now it's gonna push the changes to origin here. Okay, let me go merge that into main on GitHub. Okay. It's on the main branch. Let's see if it is smart enough to check out to a new branch. Beautiful. It's checking out to a new branch, giving the branch an appropriate name, which is very, very good. Okay, very good. Okay, nice. Now let's go ahead and push both of these. Merge both of these branches into main in the respective repositories. So let's go to, let's first go to the front end. Next.ts. Okay. Let's go to pull request, new pull request. Okay. And guys, just, I don't know who's familiar with GitHub and who's not, but here's an example of pretty much what the GitHub changes look like. So pretty much we're adding these different options to the alerts page. And we're adding another filter to our critical events page. So we're about to see this. So the alerts page is here. And so you're about to see these new items here as alerts. And the way that this works pretty much is the camera generates events, sends events to our listener service. Our listener service ingests the events, parses the data, looks for these different event types, and if it's an alert that the user has set up, then we know, okay, this user has this alert set up. Let's generate these real-time alert messages, right? So let's go ahead and merge this into main. And okay, we're merging that. Let's go to our other repository, the listener service. Open up a PR in that repository. That's backend. Okay. Okay. Merge this PR. And then we're going to do a rollout restart on both of these services, roll out the pods, and then we're going to do more testing here. Let's create this PR. Merge. Confirm. Okay, cool. So now we're waiting for pretty much the Docker image to build, and it'll push it up to Docker Hub. For any new people watching, we're working on a few different items today. So we're working on our coaching PDF, which I can show you. We're going to be looking into objects that we're detecting with our object detection model. We're going to work on a styling problem. And we may not get to all of these items. Usually what I do is I add all the items I'm thinking about working on. We decide what we're going to work on. The ones that we don't finish, we move it to the next day. But this is, so really we have two different domains. We have getparty.ai, which is the telematics video business. Then we have Blue Cactus AI, which is going to be the agents business. And we're going to be deploying agents across this telematics video product, support, operations, sales agents. We're going to work on this analyzed indicator, which you'll see here in a minute. We'll do some high-level brainstorming maybe. We're going to work on including our 3D event reconstruction link in the email notification. We just added these. We're almost done with this, so this is in progress. These are the smart event filters, so when I come to reports, critical event report, I added some new filters today, so I can say, okay, let me look at all my DSM distraction, DSM fatigue events. We'll go fetch these events. We can look at them. So this is actually me this morning. This triggered a fatigue event. And then, and this is our coaching service. So pretty much a fleet manager can come in, review their events for all of their drivers. If they see a serious event, they can run this analysis on the event, right? So we have AI at the edge, and then we also have some post-analysis that we're working on. And we're going to be trying to improve this model, maybe do some training, build some guardrails, maybe stitch some many different models together to try to improve this analysis. But here's an example of the video analysis. Then we're building a reconstruction for that event. And this is really helpful for a fleet manager, anyone that's managing the safety of their fleet. They have 50 vehicles. Drivers are out there driving around. They're not always coming back to the yard every day or back to the home base location. So there may be an event. It's a severe event. Some fleet manager needs to talk to the cops, call the insurance. There was an accident, right? And this is a good way for them to almost be at the scene of the event without physically being there, right? So this is our 3D event reconstruction. We have our AI analysis video. We'll play that one more time for any new people that are joining that are interested. And so this is the analysis that we're doing, and we're going to be removing some of these non-relevant objects and also trying to figure out, okay, because some objects are only relevant if they're in the lane in front of us. So like if we get a hard brake event and the driver's in the lane in front of us, that's more important than like vehicles or objects that are in the lanes to the left or to the right, right? So we're working on that. Then we're building these PDF reports, right, for a driver coaching worksheet. So we're gonna talk about the safety focus level. Why does this matter? So we're looking for kind of nearby objects that are close to the vehicle, and maybe our vehicle's driving quickly. We have a hard brake event, and there's an object very close, right? And that would be pretty severe, pretty important. And then we take an event snapshot. So we talk about the event, what happened, any objects that we detected. Like here's an object that we're going to be eliminating. The object detection model thinks that my dashboard is a suitcase. So that's one item that we will remove. And then we have phone usage detected in 1 frame and driver detected in 55 frames. So one interesting thing that's important too is like obstruction. So like a driver could just take his t-shirt off, throw it over the camera. And we may use this driver detected object. So when I'm in the vehicle and it's detecting a person in the vehicle, we know that the camera's not obstructed, right? So we may use that to help us determine if the driver puts something over the lens of the camera. Also, you see my seatbelt is coming up as a handbag. Now, eventually what we want to do maybe is try to train the model to detect the seatbelt more accurately. But for now, it seems like every time I have the seatbelt on, it's the object detection model is detecting it as a handbag almost every time. So we may say, hey, we're detecting the handbag, but we know it's actually a seatbelt because in our context, in our domain, we're looking at videos inside the cab of the vehicle. So, and I guess someone may actually have a handbag, and that might get, if you had a handbag in the passenger seat, that may get detected as a seatbelt, and that wouldn't be good. So need to think through that. But anyway, so we do this. Again, we do the reconstruction, show it one more time here. 3D event simulation. This is running at a relative speed, so kind of helps the fleet manager get that context. And then the report. And pretty much we come up with our observations in the report. And so we make these observations. Then we come up with an action plan for both the driver and the coach. And we have our driver reflection questions. So pretty much, these are questions that a driver would answer and respond to. And then the driver and the coach would sign this document. But anyways, let's see first if our let's see if our images are done building here. Okay, they are. Okay, let's do a rollout restart on the NextTS service and also the Nest service. I think it actually needs to also... Okay, we made changes in 3 different repositories, actually. So first, let's make sure we push this commit up. Okay, let's go into that. So three different microservices that we actually had to change to get this working. So we have an alerts microservice, the front end microservice, and also the listener microservice. We had to modify all of those services to get this working. Let's come into our alerts service and merge this in. And guys, when I'm looking off screen here, sometimes I'm looking at GitHub. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and run this restart on the two repositories that are done building the Docker image. Okay, let me make sure I'm at the gonna go make sure we're training on these gemstone crabs back here, guys. Okay. Training strength right now with a dragon dagger. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's check out the status of this. Okay, this one is rolled out. Nice. Now let's see if alerts is done building. Now you will already see the alerts on the front end. So if I come to alerts now, you'll see now we have all of these alerts, right? So these are new alerts that we just added. So now when these events happen in real time, if the user, so I can go ahead and set up like, okay, lane departure warning right. Let's create this alert. So boom. Now we have the ADAS lane departure warning right alert in the database table. So data comes in, we check that table, and and then we check to see pretty much if that count has any alerts set up for this specific device, or the device comes in. We look at the device ID, we check to see if there's any alerts associated with that device ID. If there are, we fire them off. So let's see if alerts is done building. Bear with me a second. Okay, so let's see if alerts is done building. Almost. Cool, so now we got alerts. We have our new filters, which is awesome. Almost done building alerts. This image is taking a little longer than I was expecting. And let's pull up our task list too. Let's think about this is done now. done. This is not done. This is not done. Okay. Okay. Wow. The image is taking forever. Let me go look at this. I guess alerts is pretty big here. Okay. So guys, we just added these for new people joining. We added these new filters for our new real-time notifications for these alerts just now. We added these filters for our critical event report. So if I want to see DSM calling, DSM lane departure warning right, DSM lane departure warning left, and maybe DSM fatigue, I can add these filters, generate the report, and here's DSM calling. So this is actually an Edge AI event showing me on the phone. So it's able, the dash camera is able to see that I'm fatigued and I have my phone in my hand. And I'll just go ahead and run this one just because we're going to be also working on this. So when I click the coaching for this, it's going to have an analyzed indicator. And if I open up PG admin here, let me just quickly open up PG admin. I'm just going to show you this table. So, okay, so here's the event artifact. So this is a table that shows all of our events that have been analyzed. So here you can see we run this analysis on the event using different available models to try to do some type of analysis on our event. And every time one of these events happens, we store it in the table. So if I come to PG admin, you can see the event has a unique ID, event ID, event media ID, account ID, org ID, which we also need to do this. Let me add that to the list. Right now, the events are not associated with an organization or an account. They're kind of global, but we'll do that. Coaching events are not associated with org or accounts right now. Okay, so we'll be adding in like the account ID, the organization ID. So pretty much when I go, and these are all of our columns right now, but when I go run an event, so if I come to reports, critical event report, let's click generate. Let's look at only our DSM calling one right now. Let's click generate. And let's click coaching. So we'll get okay here. Then we get this analyzed. You'll see how this says analyzed here, which is pretty cool. But right now this is in local storage and it's not actually in the database. So one thing we're going to do is add this to the database. So we'll see that here in a minute. If I come to a terminal, let's just go. Let's see if we can. I was gonna maybe open up the logs, but that's probably not the name of the pod right now. It's okay. We don't need to look at the logs. What we'll do is this will be done in about a minute here, and we'll see the video that we just requested an analysis on, and we can look at that together here. Let's see. Give it a minute. The alert service is done building too. While that's running, I'm just going to say, okay, go ahead and do a rollout restart on the alert service. Not done yet. Should be done any second here. Let's go to my G. Okay, looks like we just got it. Boom. Okay, so here's the video that we just did an analysis on. We can watch the video. So hopefully when I have my phone in my hand here, the object detection model will get the phone. Okay, got the handbag, so that's seatbelt. It still has a little trouble when my hand is... Look at that, it should be getting it right there. Okay, got cell phone. It didn't get it in every frame though. But it's working okay. So let's see what our reconstruction looks like. I love the reconstruction, it's so cool. And guys, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. It really helps. I think likes and engagement really helps push the content out to more people. So really the channel's just all about vibe coding and building B2B AI apps. So we'll be working on this telematics video stuff and also an agent's business. Now let's look at our report. You might underestimate it. Wow, okay, so the main safety focus, so this is kind of telling the driver coach what he needs to focus on, right? So the main safety focus of the session is this high severity driver state monitoring calling event. So our system was able to tell, all right, there was a DSM calling event at 64 miles per hour, which, you know, you probably, and you could just be on the highway, right? But we know that, and we're going to be kind of continuously trying to improve this methodology. And this is really just the start. But the idea is like, hey, you were on the phone at 64 miles per hour and there was an object within 10 feet. So, you know, it's probably something to take a closer look at. Then let's look at the questions. Okay, so key observations. Driver involved in DSM calling event. Phone detected in 4 frames. Driver presence in 55 frames. It gave us a distraction score. We need to understand how this score works today. So increase awareness of surroundings and maintain safe distance from objects. So this is like a follow-up. Practice scanning the environment regularly. Guess that's kind of something that we should be doing as humans anyways, right? Just scanning your environment. Minimize phone usage. And this shows you who's the owner of these action items. Is it the coach? Is it the driver? Is it the coach and the driver? Okay, driver reflection questions. Here's the driver reflection questions. How can we work together to reduce distractions and improve focus on the road? What strategies can be implemented to prevent phone usage while driving? How did the presence of nearby objects impact your driving behavior during the event? And then here's some shared notes between the coach and the driver. Remember, safety is a shared responsibility that requires constant vigilance and proactive measures. Cool. So right now, again, we have this analyzed status here in the report. And just for testing, we had this in local storage, which let's go to our DSM calling. We have this in local storage, but it needs to go into the database. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, first, let's do a rollout restart on our alert service. Okay, nice. It's going to want to run the status, but it's okay. We'll let it do it. Okay, so cool. So you know, I maybe could make a new thread, but Claude Sonnet 4.5 doesn't seem like it's having any confusion yet. So we may just stay in this thread. I'm going to say, on the critical event report, when we select an event to run through the coaching analysis, we have a status called analyzed. Right now, our event underscore artifacts table in Postgres does not have a column for this analyzed status. So I believe that we're storing it in local storage. We did this just for testing. This status is so we can prevent users from running analysis on the same event twice and giving them a signal or notification or a status that lets them know that this event has already been analyzed and it's available. I want you to review how we're handling this analyzed status and give me your best industry, best practice approach to add this status into Postgres. So we're going to need to modify the table and add a new column, and then make some modification to the application code. So guys, that's Whisper Flow, speech to text. So we're going to have it work on this. Okay. And I'm going to use the restroom, guys. Grab top off the coffee. Okay, be right back. I have a new thing here on where I add this, so okay, be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back, guys. Okay, so, and guys, you let me know, if music's too loud, if my voice is too loud, if you hate the music, if you like the music, if you have music, different genre suggestions. I'm really open to anything. Just want to make it an environment where we're all working together, coding, vibing, working on startups together, chilling. Yeah, anyone has any thoughts? I moved the zoom in a little bit on the camera, kind of been adjusting the background volume of the music a bit. But yeah, it's okay. So let's look at the what VS Code said here. Okay, so okay. Okay, nice, beautiful. Sonnet's been behaving really good today. It's been behaving nicely. So let's see. Okay, so we're going to be adding this column. I guess this, okay, I'm getting ready to execute this SQL query to add this column to the table. Why are we doing timestamps null? Just want to understand. Let me look at the table again. Just not familiar with that. I don't know if this is like a binary stream, and I don't know if this is an appropriate content type for all the data in here. Data. Okay. Sonnet 4.5 is digesting all the context here, I guess. I have a suspicion Sonnet 4.5 may be kind of stuck right now. Did you get stuck? No. Just for one reason or another, it's deciding it wants to summarize the conversation, which is fine. Just want to, what I can do too is I think that's a built-in Postgres library, I think. Can you explain this timestamps null? And guys, this is, you know, I'm not a, you know, I don't know everything, right? So if you ever get in a situation where you have some confusion, you know, don't be afraid to ask AI some questions. Yeah, okay. So it's saying the timestamp and value like, okay. Okay, got it. It looks like maybe we're going to store the timestamp. So let me see. Look, Claude Sonnet. Oh, there it goes. And guys, if you're just joining, we worked on a few different things this morning. We added some new filters to this report. So now I can run like DSM calling, which is driver state monitoring, advanced driver assistance system, lane departure warning, right? Let's see, we want distraction. I can click generate and it will go fetch the items for this specific report. So we added these filters. These are like, we have dash cameras in vehicles, and these dash cameras record events. So this event was a driver state monitoring calling event. So the camera at the edge has a model running on it, and it was able to determine that I was on my phone. So we added these filters. We also added some new real-time alerts. So when these events come into our listener service, and then we fire off real-time email alerts, so customers can know when the events come in. So we added this. Now what we're doing is in our reports, in critical event report, we have, let's see, I guess that event was a while ago. Let's filter for DSM calling. Okay, so when we select coaching on an event, we have this status called analyzed. If I come to the coaching system, you can see, so pretty much we detect these events at the edge on the dash camera, and then we run our coaching, or we call it like the AI post-analysis, right? And so you can watch our analysis. So we try to detect events at the edge, then we run our own analysis on the events. And so right now, when a user comes in, they'll go generate a coaching request. And then once we have that request in our system, it's already available, and they don't need to keep requesting that over and over. We don't need to keep performing this analysis over and over, right? So pretty much what we're doing is we're adding a column to the database in Postgres that is going to store our status of whether or not the event has been analyzed. So that's what we're working on now. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like the value is just going to be a timestamp, which is fine. So, okay. So I'm going to say, okay, so let's go ahead and add this column. So this is just saying we're going to use, I guess, some Postgres library called timestamps. I think it's a built-in Postgres thing where it'll take a timestamp and store it into UTC for you. So let's go ahead and run this. Okay, that just worked. So let's comment this out. And I know, guys, I keep all my queries here. Just like comment them out and uncomment them. Hold on. There we go. That was kind of weird. Okay, so coaching requested. Okay, so we have null here now, guys, which is beautiful. So I'm going to tell Sonnet. Okay, we just added that column to the table. Make the changes in the application code now to handle this. Be very delicate and precise. When you're done making the changes, check out to a new branch with the appropriate name, commit the changes with a short and sweet commit message, and push to origin. And guys, please like and subscribe if you're here. Really just vibe coding B2B AI SaaS apps on this channel. And this is full on vibe coding. Working on some pretty cool stuff. So telematics video, reviewing events, analyzing them, generating coaching reports for drivers. So going to be doing a ton of like cool AI stuff. And doing it all vibe coding. So we do some human review of code, but definitely not reading every line of the code, but definitely monitoring or supervising the AI, right, while we make these changes. Okay, Sonnet's working. Oops. Okay, so let's see what Sonnet's. Okay, Sonnet done summarizing. Nice. Whoa. What repository is this in? Definitely want to get the SQL queries out of this service at some point. Maybe, or we'll maybe have a different service handle some of this SQL stuff. Or abstract it better. For now it's okay. Oops. It's a lot of changes. Okay, we're adding an endpoint to fetch the status. Definitely probably move this to, we'll think about it, but really I want this coaching service should just probably be doing analysis, right? And not having to do any SQL query or execute SQL queries. We want to keep it available. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Nice. Okay, we're adding a fetch on the front end to go fetch the status from the database. Okay. It's a lot of changes. Okay, the coaching service is going to take 10 minutes to build because it has a Torch Hub package in it. Okay, we're checking out to a new branch, committing the changes, pushing to origin. Let's go ahead and make the pull request here. Start that PR. Guys, when I'm looking off screen, I'm looking at GitHub here. Just opening up a PR, merging the branch into main, and let it start building the Docker image and pushing it to Docker Hub. Okay, and accounts. Interesting. The next TS. Okay, let's look at accounts too. Here's next TS. Let's duplicate this tab. Go to the account service too. Go ahead and merge that into main. Okay. Merge that. Make sure we merge our coaching. Okay. Let's add our commits to the front end now. Okay, let's go open up that pull request. Okay. Create that pull request. Nice. Okay. Okay, once all of these repositories are done building the image, we'll run Kubernetes rollout restart to go finish, or to roll out the pod and deploy the new pod. So for any new people joining, we worked on a few different things today. We worked on adding these new filters to our critical event report. DSM calling, DSM distraction. So we added new filters. We also... And if anyone wants to catch up on the work that we did to get here, you can start watching some of the older live streams. But we also added some new real-time alerts for these new events. Now what we're doing is when we go to run a report, we'll see this analyze status. So when we run a coaching event, we usually mark this as analyzed. And if I come to coaching here, you can see here's an example of a coaching event. So we do a video analysis on the event, try to detect any relevant objects. And thanks for being here, guys. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. It helps push the content out to more people. We're just doing vibe coding, B2B AI applications. So here you can see this is me in my car this morning, using some open source models to try to detect some relevant objects here. And so we run an analysis on the event, then we run a reconstruction. So we're running this 3D event reconstruction that a fleet manager can move it forward, move it backwards, get more context about an event from a dash camera. And then we build the coaching report. So here's a coaching report. We review the event, offer some suggestions for the driver and some observations. And then we have a driver and a coach sign this. So that's kind of what we're working on. Right now we're waiting. We just made some modifications to add this column or add this analyzed data to Postgres. So right now that status is being stored in local storage just for testing. But we want to get that status into Postgres. So it's always available. So pretty much we're adding some of the endpoints for that and some of the SQL queries to help us handle that. Let's go check our images, see if they're done building. Accounts is done building. Next TS. Can you go ahead and do a rollout restart on accounts and next TS? Namespace. No, the account service is in the API namespace. You're about to restart the listener service. Okay, we just restarted accounts. Nice, we just restarted the front end. Now we're just waiting for the coaching service to finish building. We're running a status here to see if the rollout's done. Then what we'll probably do is, we don't have to, but we could delete all of these events that we've ran the coaching analysis on out of Postgres and start fresh once we're done with this. Or we'll just generate a new one and see if it works. Let's go to coaching, is still building. It's got these Torch Hub and big like packages in the image, so it takes a while to build. Okay, cool. So pretty much in the last service is almost done building, but when we run an event now, interesting. I don't see any analyzed. Oh, we didn't add some of these to default, maybe. Let's go to DSM calling. What's going on? DSM calling. Interesting. This said coaching analyzed here a second ago. I guess the cookies, oh, here we go. Okay, it was this DSM calling. Yeah, so pretty much when a user selects to run this coaching analysis. We'll generate the coaching analysis like we normally do. But now, instead of it being in local storage, it's going to be in this column called coaching requested. And when they request coaching on an event, we'll just store a timestamp in this column of the exact time that they requested the event. Let's see if coaching is done. Coaching's almost done. Okay, can you go ahead and do a rollout restart on the coaching service? Nice. Coaching service is restarting. I'm gonna grab some water real quick. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Okay, coaching service just finished rolling out. So, let's see. All right, so now what we're gonna do is, okay, we're about to initiate a coaching analysis. I want you to open the logs so we can review them together and see if coaching requested timestamp gets inserted, or if we insert it into the table as expected. Okay, cool. Nice, so now let's go make the request. Let's just look at this one real quick. I'm yawning, just to try to get the camera to trigger. Not actually that tired. Okay, it's like me holding the phone up to see if, Alright, let's just try this one. It's sending. That's a good sign. Okay, let's just open up Postgres. Let's run this again. What is that? Oh. Nice, guys. Look at that. It just added the timestamp to that column. So that's beautiful. Now we just need to make sure and guys, please, if you haven't already, like and subscribe. It does help. YouTube algorithm, I think, likes the engagement. It will help push out the content to more people and follow. And thanks for anyone that has already subscribed and is here supporting the channel. It means a lot. We're pretty much vibe coding B2B AI SaaS apps. Okay, cool. Nice. So now it looks like the event did finish executing here. So if I come to coaching, what's this? 12:11, 12:10. Processing ready. Interesting. So it used some processing. It should be the same exact. Okay, interesting. So now it has processing. Did you add this logic? Now we see a card in the grid that says processing, but there's no thumbnail. Let's watch the event though. Let's just go ahead and. So handbag, we're probably going to, and we're going to make sure that customers and people using this product know that this is not 100% accurate all the time. But we may change handbag to seatbelt. This is good though. Really what we wanted is now, no matter what, every time we come to reports and run critical event report, wait. Oh, it's always going to show analyzed here. So a customer, if they came in and they wouldn't be able to execute this again, right? Yeah, so right now what's happening, I guess, is if I come to PG admin and come to processed false, huh? The hell? Available true, processed false. Turn this again. Okay, process true, true, true. It adds this. Interesting. Okay, so let's try to grab these rows here. Just gonna copy it. Copy with headers. Let's see if we can copy this. Copy. Okay, review the data that we insert into the table. I still see one record in the table that says processing false. And so I guess that's making, on the front end, that is showing up as a card with no thumbnail. Oops. Okay, so if you look, that is the results in the event artifacts table. You can see we have one record in the table that's showing processing false, and it never gets updated. On the front end, we see that as a card in the grid with no thumbnail, and it's like not even a valid event that you can run. Yeah, okay. It decided to go, it gave me options, and then it decided to go with option 1, which is fine. I wanted it to go with option 1, but it did just kind of make that decision on its own there. Okay, coaching service and the account service. Let's go ahead and open up the pull request. I mean, it would maybe be cool to have, and I just don't, it's going to get a little overly complicated if I try to do this right now, but it would maybe be cool to have like it to show up as processing, spinning, right, to give some indicator to the user, because I know the user is going to go to reports, they're going to run the coaching report, they're immediately going to come to coaching, they're not going to see it there, and they're going to think it's not working. And so we probably want some sort of indicator that's like a visual indicator that we're processing it, right? Would probably be nice. But we may not do that now. We may add that to our list. I'm just gonna say this page showing that we are working on the coaching request. It already tried to do something like this. Can you explain to me the change that you made in the account service? I wasn't familiar with this coaching artifact tracking logic that you implemented. Yeah, so pretty much, yeah, was adding that to the table. Let's see. Yeah, but if there were already event artifacts in this table, they would have a coaching requested timestamp, right? So help me understand why we need to check the table to see if the artifact already exists. This will be impossible though, right? Because we're showing the status as analyzed on the front end and the user can't select coaching analysis for that event. Yeah, remove the unnecessary check logic. Yeah, remove the unnecessary check logic. We should just do the analysis on the video, and when the analysis is complete, we insert the event artifact into the table with the coaching requested timestamp. Let me know if that makes sense. Yes, proceed with this approach. Commit the changes with short and sweet commit messages and push to origin when done. Nice. What about the changes we made to the account service? Can you review that commit that we pushed? Do we need to modify it now? Okay, it knew what to beautiful. I love that. I love when it knows what I'm about to do and does it. Okay, account service now. Let's create this pull request, merge it into main. We're gonna go to our coaching service. Open up a pull request. Merge that into main. Nice. That's gonna take like 10 minutes to build there. Let's see. Maybe what we could work on now is, while we wait for this, let me see. So we got, this is in progress. This is what we're working on right now. Make sure analyze indicator is defined. So that's what we just did. So now we have this column called coaching requested. Excuse me. Coaching requested that adds a timestamp here. And so when the front end makes the call to go fetch this data, we'll add this analyzed here. So now it's this data's in the database. So we go fetch it and we add analyze there immediately. So that's in progress. We're almost done with this. This we're really gonna do. I want to make sure we put up Blue Cactus AI in case there's anyone watching, any potential sponsors, any business opportunities, and people want to contact me. You know, you could go to X or Instagram or any of these other platforms and probably DM me. But we're definitely gonna get this Blue Cactus AI website up. Eventually, this is going to be an agent's business that's deployed on AWS EKS. But for now, until we start working on this in more detail, we're kind of wrapping up some core features in our telematics video business, and then we're going to move on to more agent stuff. And probably also... yeah, so we'll move on. Once we finish some core features, we'll move on to the agent stuff. But let's keep looking. This is maybe something we can do. So we also need to include in our coaching service, we have something called the event reconstruction. And so every time a customer generates one of these analysis, we run the analysis. Then we store it in our database. We're showing it in the front end. We're also sending them an email notification. And in the email notification, we need to include this event reconstruction event. Right now, the event reconstruction event is not in the email notification. We just have the PDF report and the video. So we're going to be adding that. You know, that'd probably be another easy item to do. Honestly, this is very important, actually. So I'm just gonna put, because right now this is global. When we generate these events, we need to make sure we associate these events with a account ID or an organization ID, which is important. This is kind of what we just were looking at, where on the front end, it shows processing when we're processing one of these coaching events. So the idea is that the customer would come in here, run a report, and then after they generate this, after they request this coaching analysis, they could then come over here to coaching and then see some type of indicator showing them that we're working on it, right? Because I already know the customer will probably request this, come here, press refresh. They don't see the event show up yet, and they're probably going to think it doesn't work, right? So it's probably good to have some sort of indicator. Let's just checking the coaching image to see if it's done building. Not yet. So let's see. Maybe we can try to do this while we wait. So let's see. Let's just because I don't want to open. Let's just use Codex for this. Let's say. How do I open up a new session in Codex? Do I just need to go like that? Clear Codex. Then I'm going to say, when customers visit the critical event report in the next TS repository, they'll generate a critical event report and they have the option to run a coaching analysis. When we run the coaching analysis, it calls the account service, and the account service calls the coaching service. And I believe the coaching service calls the communication service to send an email. Right now, the email does not include the event reconstruction link. It has the PDF and it has the video analysis, but not the event reconstruction link. How can we make sure the event reconstruction link is also included in the email? Please review the code in these different services and let me know if we have logic included to do this already and we just need to update SendGrid template, or if we need to implement any new logic. Do not make any modifications or changes yet. I just want you to do discovery now. So let's let Codex work on that. Let's go ahead and just say, can you do a rollout restart on the coaching deployment? And thanks for being here, guys. If you have been watching the stream, especially people that have watched the entire stream, really appreciate it. If you haven't already, please follow, subscribe, and like. It helps a lot, helps get this content out to more people. Just vibe coding here, building B2B AI apps using open source models. We're going to be trying to train open source models on this channel. Really moving quickly with vibe coding. At some point, we also may be, and you may not see them on the channel, but hiring some developers, hiring some interns to work together with me on this on these projects. Let me see. builds this whenever the time. Yeah. I need to change the send grid template. I'll maybe do that off stream, probably. But just to give everyone an idea of kind of what the coaching alert looks like. Let me just get a screenshot of this. Yeah. So here's what the email looks like. So it has the event time, the speed of the event type, the PDF report. So what you see here is the PDF coaching report. And then it has the reconstruction link. But what we want is it doesn't have the reconstruction link. It has the video analysis. And so what we want is the reconstruction link. Oh, coaching's done, I think. Can you do the rollout restart on the account service deployment? Nice. Now it should check the status for both. Okay, go ahead and check the rollout restart status for both services. It's interesting, but I notice when I click on RuneScape, there's like a tiny bit of static that comes through on the audio. I don't know what's causing that. Might be the audio mixer or something. And thanks everyone for being here. If you're not watching live, thanks for watching the VOD. All of these live streams usually get posted as VODs on Twitch and YouTube if you ever want to watch them back. So the coaching backend takes like 2 minutes to start this pod. While this is working, guys, I'm going to use the restroom again real quick. Sorry, I've been chugging water here. Okay, I'm back. All right, let's see if this coaching pod is done building. Oh, nice, it rolled out. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, open up the logs. I'm about to initiate another AI coaching analysis event. Hey, bruh. What am I making? Hey, Manish. So right now, we're working on AI analysis. So right now I'm opening up the logs for this service. And you'll see here. So we have dash cameras in vehicles. And these dash cameras record events. So stuff like driver state monitoring fatigue, driver state monitoring, the calling, so on the phone. Let's go to driver state monitoring distraction, panic button events. We can generate these events, and let's go back. So we can generate these different events, and pretty much like, let me look at one of these events. Like, let's see if we can get DSM calling. There is some issue with the filter there, but let's just go to DSM calling. Let's go back. Okay, so here are our DSM calling events. And what we're going to do is we're going to generate. So if I click, if I review this event, we can see this is a driver state monitoring event where it shows that I'm on my phone. So what we're going to do is we're going to generate a coaching analysis on this event. There's some type of issue right now where I can't select coaching, which is kind of interesting. But let's just come here. I'm going to show you, because we might have introduced a bug. But pretty much, we have a dash camera that records events, and these events are at the edge, right? So we have things like quick acceleration, hard brake, erratic lane departure, following too closely. You have shock, severe shock, hard brake, hard turn. So we record all of these events at the edge. And then what we're doing is we're running this using open source models to run. Can we be friends on GitHub? Sure, yeah. Start joining the streams, and we can code together here. That's what this is for. So this is doing object detection, and please like and subscribe. It helps a lot. So, and you know what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to restart the Next.ts front-end deployment. So we record these events, then we build an event reconstruction. So then we build a 3D event reconstruction of the event. And the idea is we're trying to give as much context as we can. Trying to give as much context on this event as we can for the fleet manager. This is a little strange. So we put together this event reconstruction, and then we build a coaching report for the driver. So we say how severe this event is. We give a snapshot of the event. So, hey, this event happened at this speed. This event happened at this speed, and these were the objects detected in the event. And then here are these observations. And then we come up with a shared action plan. And then we have any questions that we want the driver to reflect on. And then the driver and the coach would sign saying, hey, we reviewed this event together. We did some coaching together, and now you're good to go. Let's restart the front end real quick. I don't know. I'm a little confused as to why. Let's go back to reports. Critical event report. Okay, there it says analyzed. It looks like when I restarted the backend services, I had to restart the front end too, even though we didn't make modifications to the front end. And so what I'm going to do now is we're going to run, there's some type of issue with the filter now. When I click it, sometimes it just disappearing like that. I don't know if it's interesting. We'll have to figure out what's causing that. It's like it introduced a bug or something. Let's log out. Hold on. Now it's not happening. Okay, let's just do DSM calling. Generate. And so what's interesting is I know that we already analyzed one of these. Maybe it was a panic button and not a DSM calling. But let's just go ahead and run a coaching analysis. Interesting, I can't select buttons after we do... What's happening here? Let's go to... It definitely introduced some sort of... Interesting. So we did do analysis, but for some reason we can't... Let us do this one. There's some strange behavior happening now, though. Okay, open up the coaching logs and please review. There's some very strange behavior happening now. Let's add detailed logging. Sometimes when I select the event analysis or select media after generating the report with the filter, I can't click it. It's almost like there's some type of issue. I'm still trying to understand exactly what's going on here, but we definitely introduced an error. Okay, so this one worked. So let's just go to coaching. Let's take a look. Okay, so this is 12:48. What time is it? We literally just generated this one. So let's look at the video here. Okay, we generated this, and we can see it in the Postgres table. Let's see. I am familiar with programming from last season. I build something, review and guide me, please. Yes, Manish. Just you can if you want, if you get stuck or have any bugs or anything and you have questions, you can send it to me in chat. If you want to share your GitHub link, you can to your repository, and we can maybe I'm not sure I can dedicate a ton of time to it, but I can maybe do a little preliminary review. I'm not what kind of app are you building, Manish? And what language is it in? And sure, Manish, just keep joining the streams. Subscribe, like, and follow. And I'm gonna be streaming like 3 times a week, so Wednesdays, Fridays, and then usually either Saturdays or Sundays. But I'll be here, and if you get stuck or have questions or something, you can always drop in here and ask. I'll be happy to try to help the best I can. So here's one that we see. Let's see. Coaching requested. So these are all recent. This is a recent one. Where else do we see? I only see coaching requested in one. Was this the latest one that we did? Could have sworn we had another event in here. Let's go back to the front end. Back to coaching. Refresh. So that second event didn't actually process. Let's come back here. We may even need to go backwards. It introduced some really strange bug. Number one, sometimes the filter just disappears. Let's go to DSM fatigue. Hit generate. Okay, we're able to open up this video. I can't open up this video. Very strange. Let's go to inspect. Network. Oh my god. Holy crap. It's like infinite looping some type of request. Holy shit. Oh my god. This can't be. This is crazy. Hold on. Let's kill this service. Let's just get off this page. Hold on. First, let me. I mean, at least it's literally an infinite loop. Jesus. Hey Manish, you can send me a message on Instagram or I'm on X too. See if you can DM me or something on one of those platforms. I don't like do one-on-one consultation right now, but again, you can, if you have questions, you can send them. Okay. You implemented some type of infinite loop. It admitted it, gave me an infinite loop there. I'm gonna have Codex work on this one too. We might need to, this is actually a time where we may do some human review here. Just because I kind of, one thing AI is not great at is like abstraction. So it starts, maybe this service, maybe some of these SQL queries should be in a different microservice. And for some reason right now, I think you should be able to Instagram message me, Manish, on Instagram. DM me. Where is it? Oh, you sent it in the Instagram. Also, Manish, one thing you can do is open up VS Code or an IDE, and or take your code literally and put it into ChatGPT and start asking it, hey, am I using best practices? Are there any security vulnerabilities in this code? Stuff like that, right? And use the AI to help you review your code. Just ask it like, and if you have confusion, just say, explain this for a fifth grader, or explain. And I do that sometimes a lot. Explain this for a layman. Explain this for a fifth grader, right? Review this code and tell me if I implemented industry best practice for security. Tell me if my API middleware is handling authentication like they would at a enterprise company, stuff like that, and the AI will help you. Um, Now we did have Sonnet did just introduce an infinite loop, which is kind of crazy. But let's see. Okay, so I know we had put this status into the database, but I guess how is this working now? You need to explain it more simply. So when I click generate report, it's calling the report service, which is fetching that data for the report. And then I guess we're also calling the coaching service, which is checking the database for this status. I mean, we should probably maybe move that query or add a new join to the report to check which I guess events have been analyzed. Or this seems like it's getting very, very complicated for something that should be simple. Please think through this again and let me know your thoughts. Check status for each bit. Nice, yeah. Okay, yeah. So here we go. So this is an example where when I'm running these, and I'm not even going to run the report now because it's going to cause another infinite loop. But I'm going to say, okay, good. Clean up the coaching service and then make this change or add this join to the query in the reports. Remove any code that we no longer need in the coaching service. Okay, it's removing unnecessary code here. And guys, so what's happening now is, and we'll show you one more time. I don't think it's causing any major issues, but pretty much the AI system or Sonnet 4.5 introduced some type of infinite loop. So if I come to network and I go to reports, critical event report, I can generate a critical event, which is good. But then look, it starts this massive, it's checking like status over and over and over and over, which is crazy. So, I mean, that's an infinite loop for you right there. Let's close that down. Really what we need to do is, we now have this, because we have this available in the database, which is really just this column called coaching requested. We need to fetch this data. So when we fetch, I think it's called event data. Let's see. Select. What's the table called? Okay, so pretty much the critical event report will fetch the data from this table, and pretty much we're just adding a join to this query, so it also pulls the correct information. Instead of before, we were calling one service to fetch the event data, then we're calling another service to try to see this status for the coaching analysis. But we're really going to bring that into one service. What, Dundee Slop? Yes, on the grind. Yes, yes. So we did have our AI system just introduce a Sonnet 4.5 introduced an infinite loop that we're working on now. We do have our coaching service now. Let's see. Just want to come to. We made some pretty. So now. That's a good question. So I have customers right now asking me that they want to be able to request footage from the mobile app. But yes, that's a good idea, Dungy. I don't know if I've had a customer request that. Yeah, once the footage arrives. Yeah, actually, that shouldn't be too hard. That shouldn't be too hard at all. Actually, just today, I added some new alerts. So now they actually have all these new events called driver state monitoring, calling, distraction, fatigue, lane departure warning left, lane departure warning right, headway monitoring warning. The only thing I think is that, yeah, we can definitely look into that. Let me add that to the note. Alerts for footage request, email alerts. So now what's pretty cool is I have Dungy. This is the new coaching front end. I don't know if you've seen that. Care about it? Yeah, definitely I will. And this is the new coaching front end. I've got these cards here, which is pretty cool. I'm using the thumbnail of a frame in the middle. Um, and now what we do is I'm using some new, more lightweight models, and all of this is still running on the CPU. So these models are way more lightweight. I'm able to move from like to a smaller server. Now we're doing all channels in the camera. What's interesting is it's getting my seatbelt as a handbag here. And it seems to be pretty accurate every time I have my seatbelt. It's showing handbag. I was thinking about switching handbag to seatbelt. Um, Also, it's detecting a person, which is interesting. So I think I might be able to do like obstruction. So like if a driver took his t-shirt off and threw it over the camera, I wouldn't see a person in the object detection. So I may use that as a way to determine if the driver has obstructed their view or not. Um, and then we got our reconstruction, which is beautiful. So I used Codex to make some performance improvements to this, and this is still running pretty cool. So I'm using this. Yeah, it detects handbag. So this is this beautiful reconstruction. I don't know why it's doing that right there. Um, and then we have our new report. So now our report has the event type. We show what the safety focus is, why it's important. So we're saying, okay, we detected this object within this certain distance at a certain speed. That one doesn't have the speed on it, but the main safety focus of this session is the high severity driver state monitoring calling event at 55 miles per hour with nearby objects detected within 10 feet. Then we got our event snapshot. All of the objects that are not relevant, I was going to remove them. And then we get our shared action plan, our observations, which is pretty cool. So driver involved in DSM calling event, phone detected. So I'm able to detect the cell phone now in 5 frames. Then I'm giving this like distraction peak score, building an action plan for the coach and the driver. Here are our generative questions. Here's our commitment. And then the driver and the coach would sign off on that. So right now too, I have in PG admin, I have this table. This is my event artifacts table. So one of the statuses I have in my event artifacts table. Oh, let's start from event artifacts. Okay. So now we have this column that shows coaching requested. So once they do request the coaching analysis in the front end, now in the critical event report, we can show it's been analyzed or not. So let's go back to Codex or back to Sonnet here. Okay. So here it says it overcomplicated the coaching status tracking with separate API calls. So it created this crazy infinite. No, Dungy, I'm embedding that using the native PDF render tool. And also Dungy, if you're here, I just want to show you one interesting thing. Is first off, they said that the AP1 is end of life, and they're no longer supporting the middleware. I guess the middleware and the device hardware are like super tightly coupled, and so they're not supporting it anymore. They admitted to me that they have some issue in the middleware that's encoding corrupted frames. So for now, you're just going to have to download the vids. But anyways, I was going to say something there and I kind of forgot what I was going to say. But anyways, we got, oh yeah, I was going to show you maybe the infinite request here. Oh, but what I found out is that I guess your question about the browser render tool, or the PDF render tool um, made me think about that. But pretty much every browser has a different media encoder, and I guess Internet Explorer, Windows, Mac OS, and I actually have it in my, because I was really kind of interested about this. Let me see, encoder, actually, encoder. Okay, so this is kind of interesting, but maybe one is the, yeah, it is. No, it's not an iframe. It's actually an embed. I believe it's maybe in an iframe though. Let me see. In the coaching front end, look in the Next.ts repository, and I want you to look into how we're embedding the PDF on the front end. We're not using an iframe, right? We're just using an embed tag to show that PDF in the front end. Now I'm doing some weird stuff too. I think I had to use a proxy. I don't know. Like one thing about AWS S3 is I think if you're using a CDN in front of S3, I think that URL will change. The S3 URL, the origin may change. Um, so yeah, so key details, embed tag. So the PDF is displayed using HTML embed element. So I'm serving these PDFs through a proxy, which is fetches the PDF from S3 using the signed URL, sets the proper headers, and then forces application PDF as the content type. Yeah, so at one point I was using an iframe and I was struggling, and now I'm using an embed. Well, let's come back to our other chat here. I'm gonna say, okay, can you commit the changes that we made? Check out to a new branch with an appropriate name, make the commits with short and sweet commit message, and then push to origin. So yeah, exactly. That's what happened, Dungy, I think. It didn't play nice with a link that wasn't from my origin. I tried to set the origin in the middleware or whatever, or allow the origin from S3. I use like a wild card because I think the S3, if I ever use a CDN to distribute this, I think the S3 link will change depending on the region or the location. So I tried wild cards and all this stuff to get the iframe to work, and it wouldn't work. And I eventually just used that embed tag, and it worked. Okay, let's add this. One thing I'm doing too now is I'm going to try to see where objects are, if they're in the left lane or the right lane or the lane in front of me. Try and see which objects are actually relevant. Then I'm going to take the best frame that I have from each camera channel where I think, okay, this is the most relevant frame, where this has the most relevant objects, or objects that are the closest, are the most relevant for this event type. And I guess they're different for each event type of which frame is going to be the most relevant. Then I was going to take that single frame and pass it to the OpenAI Vision API, and then tell it to review the frame and try to help me understand if it's a real event or not. So that's one idea. Another idea is I was gonna like just sit in my car, smoke a cigarette, like take my seatbelt on or off, take pictures of myself, and then maybe use like Sora, or I don't know, some image generation tool, maybe Nano Banana. And then is it using the, well, it's not expensive if I only send one frame, right? So the video has like a frame. If it's 60 frames a second, it's 60 frames a second. But if I can just only send like one, two, or three frames, just three pictures, right? Not every frame in the video, but just the most relevant frame, send it and just say do analysis on this image. And I was thinking that would might be cheap. I think it's super expensive to do every frame in the video, and there's no way I could do that. And that's where these models that I'm hosting right now locally come into play. Is it's much cheaper. I just have to pay for the server cost. Which frames are the most relevant though? Yeah. So what I was gonna do is try to say like for hard break, um, pick the frame where if there's an object in front, if there's a hard break event and there's an object in the lane in front of you, which I think that I can try to determine like where the objects are in the frame, if they're directly in front of the view of the camera or if they're to the left or to the right. So pretty much like if there's a hard break, then I would take the frame where an object is the closest in the lane in front. So like maybe he's driving and there's objects in the lane in front. Some of them are 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet away, but maybe one frame has an object in the lane in front at 3 feet. And that's the closest object we can find out of all the frames. I'm gonna take that, and maybe it's the frame where the objects are the closest and he's on his phone or something. I'm still thinking through this, but take that frame and send it up is kind of the idea. I'm still thinking through that. Yeah. Okay, let's push this. Coaching. Okay, here's reports. Dungy, you didn't get an accident, did you? I was actually thinking, I almost texted you, just wanted to make sure. I didn't even ask you if you like got into an accident or something. I was kind of thinking about that. Um, okay, so let's do push. Okay. Okay, so we got accounts, reports, and the coaching service. So let's go ahead and create a PR for each of these. Man, a lot of changes. Okay. Oh, right, hold on. So, okay. List out all of the services that we just made changes to. I need to know which PRs to open. Okay, I will. I want okay, cool, Dungy. I'll look at it. Holy crap. Oh, well, at least you're alive. I guess you're alive, so that's good. Are you still using VS Code, Dungy, or did you switch to Cursor or anything? Or Windsurf? Or still using VS Code? Holy crap. Okay, accounts, reports, coaching. Okay, let's go ahead and open PRs in all of these services here. Okay, confirm the merge. Let's go to coaching. Go ahead and merge this. Okay, coaching, accounts, request. Let's merge this. Merge that. Okay. Accounts, coaching, next TS. Okay, accounts. Coaching. Well, let's go to reports. Okay, nice. Okay, then let's reports, let's go to accounts. Okay. Let's go to accounts. Request, new pull request. I think we already maybe. Okay, we already merged that. All right. I use Cursor now. Whoa. Dude, I've been thinking about Cursor. I was a little scared that the marketplace wasn't getting vetted as aggressively as like Microsoft is vetting the plugin marketplace. I just read some story about some guy like getting his Bitcoin wallet hacked from downloading some plugin on Cursor. But I guess if you just kind of make sure you know what you're doing, it's not bad. Man, Cursor. I might have to try Cursor. I'm still using GitHub Copilot, so I've been using the Codex CLI. So I have ChatGPT Plus, which is costing me like $20 a month, and I get the Codex CLI through that. And then if I ever hit my limits here, it's nice to have GitHub Copilot where I could use Codex here and pay a little bit extra. I just heard the Cursor costs can get outrageous, but like GitHub Copilot, I haven't spent much at all. But yeah, so I'm using GitHub Copilot and Codex, and then Whisper Flow, Dungy. I don't know if you're using Whisper Flow, but yeah, dude, Codex. Right now, my two favorite, like the way I look, Codex is cracked. Codex is super cracked, dude. It works longer, but it's very concise. Like GPT-5 Mini and GPT-5 were both, I think it's good like if you need a lot of detailed planning, and every alternative available is like super verbose. But then you end up with like these super complex commands sometimes, it's almost like it got more intelligent but like dumber at the same time. Codex works longer, and when it gives you its response, it's like very concise. And the CLI is nice because I can open up like multiple terminal windows at the same time and have them working on different microservices at the same time. But I'm kind of using Codex for the more complex stuff. Like Codex helped me make some major changes to the buffer, to really get the buffer, which you built that the buffer still is a little over my head, to be honest, but it helped me improve the buffer. It helped me with like some super complex changes. It helped me with improving the performance on the Three.js map too, like stuff that I would have never done in a million years by myself. But yeah, so I use this, and then I kind of, when I really need to get surgical, I like Claude Sonnet 4.5 is pretty freaking good. But I have my limit at $150 here. And you know, I've been using Claude Sonnet 4.5 for a really long time. Can you get far from... Did they fix the issue with map drift? Oh yeah, so that was when Dungy, we were using that to do the trips. And the trips, when we were running the trip report, what was happening is... That's a little weird. It says too. Oh, what was happening is to draw the path line for a long distance, we had to stack those Three.js layers, and there was that drift, and I just had to strip all that out. Now using a 2D map here. Smart Witness, the partner is now getting DSM calling, which is kind of cool at the edge. So they're getting me on my phone. But yeah, that drift problem, I think, was caused because we had to use so many Three.js layers, and then you got that inaccuracy when drawing the path line. And so I ended up just not using Three.js pretty much for trips. Yeah. So let's see if some of these packages are done building. Okay, accounts looks like it finished. Coaching still building. Now the coaching service has this Torch Hub package in it. It takes like 10 minutes for the Docker image to build, which is kind of crazy. But coaching is still building. Let's see. Next TS is done building. I'm just going to say, can you go ahead and do a rollout restart for Next TS and accounts and reports? This Whisper Flow stuff has been game-changing, Dungy. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. I'm still using the 3D event reconstruction though, Dungy, and I really, now with AI, I'm really excited about how far I can push this 3D stuff, you know, using these models, to see how far I can push the limit of like integrating this 3D reconstruction and what type of value it might have. Or might be able to do some stuff that I wouldn't have ordinarily been able to do. Okay, so let's do a rollout restart here. Restart on accounts. Make sure reports is done building. Okay. Reports is done building. Coaching will be done any minute here. Good. Okay, go ahead and do a rollout restart on the coaching service. But yeah, Whisper Flow has just been like a serious game changer for me. It's moving a lot faster. My fingers aren't as tired. Okay, so let's check coaching. Almost done. Okay, it just finished, looks like. All right. Then hopefully this works. We're about to see. Nice. Takes like 2 minutes for the pod to start too, which is interesting. Oh. What's a smart shower prototype, Dungy? I've been thinking about more hardware lately, to be honest. Like, you know, if this really becomes true, where software becomes like this just-in-time thing, where you're some company and you need an app and you just build it just in time, right? And if it really gets to that point, you know, hardware is kind of getting more interesting. Okay, let's check this again. Okay, nice, it's running. Okay, now I'm gonna say, okay, open the logs and follow them. I'm gonna initiate another coaching analysis from the front end. Like smart hardware. Yeah. Interesting. That would be cool. Oh, a smart shower. I said shower. A smart shower. Sounds nice, man. My water pressure is pretty good actually, and I have like a shower head. I can adjust it a little bit and do a little massage action. Okay, nice. So we have logs open. How about the front end? Did I change the front end? Yeah, I think we did next TS already. Yeah, okay. So now come here, refresh. We're going to reports, critical event report. Let's go to DSM calling, DSM distraction, DSM fatigue, and panic. Let's do panic. Boom. This should have coaching requested. Awesome. Coaching requested. Beautiful. Okay. So now, which I thought one of them had already been requested, but it's okay. For now, what I'm going to do is we're going to clear these network calls. Let's watch one of these DSM calling events. They were finally able to get these calling events in the edge, which is cool. So now I'm going to run my coaching analysis. Calling, boom, boom, boom. Okay. Now let's go to PG admin. I think that's 48. I don't think it inserted it yet to the table. Let's check the logs. Huh. Wait, did it even do the analysis? Hmm. What happened? It looks like we sent the request, but we didn't do the analysis on it. Let's try another one first. Let's go to reports. DSM calling. Confused at why it said this. Let's go back to coaching. 1248. That's not it. Let's try another one. Here's it. Okay, now this one it's processing. It looks like on the first request, it like had to. It wasn't done downloading the models from TorchHub or something. Here now it's actually doing the processing. Here's processing the second video, processing the first video. Now I should see it in PG admin, or maybe not yet. It should, I guess when it's done, it should. Coaching processed. Should put it in the database. Nice. Here's the event description. Generated PDF. Nice. Let's try this. Run this again. $18.39. Beautiful. That's the time. So it says coaching requested here. Now if I come back to the report and click generate again, we should see analysis analyzed here for another one. Nice. Boom. Came up as analyzed. I love it. Okay, so now back to coaching. Here we go. 139. Boom. That's me. So let's view reconstruction. Make sure it works. Boom. Thanks, Dungy. Thanks for joining. Have a good weekend and a good week. Cool. It's funny how it gets the handbag. It's good though. So we stopped the infinite loop. We just got another item done here. This is done. Cool. So let's see. So let's see. Which that's huge progress, guys. Seriously, massive progress today. We got a lot of things done today. So we got we added these new alerts. We added our new smart filters. We got the analyzed data in the database. So now we always have this available when we go to fetch these reports. So made some serious progress. So we got that done. We got these filters done. So we can look for any smart events or DSM calling event. And let's see. Cool. Now let's go back to our list. We may try to knock out one more item today. This is need to change send grid template. This is done. This we really need to do on the next one. Or let's leave it here, but let's also add it under here. For footage request. That's what Dungy asked. Which is a good idea, actually. So let's see. This may be an okay stopping point maybe for today. We really want to get this one done on next stream. We may open with this. And let's see, live video. Where's our live video? Add live video to mobile app. So that's one thing we need to work on. Definitely, this is kind of critical. We may even start this today, possibly. I'm trying to see if there's anything pretty easy that we could knock out. This is pretty detailed stuff here. Defining the event artifacts table schema done. I mean, this one's pretty easy. This is just this styling problem where this will hang off the end here. And I don't like that. That might be a super simple one we could knock out right now. Just gonna say. So I'm gonna say. When we build these event reconstructions, I can notice there's a styling issue. So if you look at the progress bar at the bottom of the screen, you can see when it's showing that the reconstruction event has played all the way through. You can see that the indicator showing the duration of video or duration of the event that's been played is kind of hanging off the end of the scrubby box or the scrubby component. Please take a look and let me know your thoughts. Let's see if we can do this. It's kind of I worded that terribly. Yeah, found the play button. Nice. If it makes that fix so fast. Let's see, if it gets this, I'll be surprised. Okay, commit this change and push to origin. Check out to a new branch with the appropriate name. And guys, please like and subscribe and follow if you haven't already. It helps a lot. Helps push the content out to new people. Okay. So, okay, let's run get status. Nice. Okay. We're gonna open a PR and merge it into main. Beautiful. And guys, if you're just joining, we're working on a few different things. We're doing coaching analysis on dash cam videos. So we have dash cameras in the vehicle that detect events. And so things like hard brake, hard turn, shock, severe shock, forward collision warning, lane departure warning, distraction, fatigue. And we take those videos and we do an analysis on those videos. So we try to run some object detection on these videos, look for relevant objects that we think are relevant. So we do this analysis on the video. The camera pretty much detects events at the edge. We get the events at our system. We run some post-processing or some analysis on the events in post-processing. And then we also build a reconstruction. So we build this reconstruction here of the event. And this is just to give the fleet manager even more context of the event. So here you can see, here's an example of the event. And it's kind of interesting, but we got to figure out why the path line is drawing out a little further than the vehicle's traveling. Oh, there we go. Nice. Okay, so this is the event reconstruction, and then we build a report. So we build a report for the driver coach. And we've really improved this report. We come up with an action plan, some questions that the driver can reflect on. And then the driver and the coach would sign it. So the idea really is to try to make the roads safer, right? Try to determine some type of pattern in driving behavior and distribute learning management content on the fly. So we worked on that today. We added some new filters to our reports. So today we added these filters like DSM distraction, DSM fatigue, and we can generate and pull up these events. We also added a new column into our Postgres table. So a column called coaching requested. And this will give us a timestamp of when we initiated the coaching request. So for example, like if I look at one of these fatigue events, let's take a look at this fatigue. And I'm not holding my phone in this one. So that's the fatigue. I'm yawning. So what I can do is on this fatigue event, hit the coaching. And we just requested coaching. Now let's open up our logs if we can. Okay, so here's the log. So right now we're doing that analysis on the video that we just requested. And once we're done doing that analysis, it's going to enter this into our event artifacts table. And this is this new column, coaching requested. So this is so when users run the report, they can't keep running the same analysis over and over and over. So there it goes. It It went through 106 frames, made 337 detections. It's almost done here. And we'll see it in our front end once it's done. So here's the event description. Okay, boom. So we should be able to come to the coaching. Nice, so 156. We just generated this coaching analysis, guys. So let's watch the video. So it's detecting any relevant objects in the scene, detecting the distance of those objects. We're running our methodology to try to determine if it's a severe event or not. And we got handbag, which is interesting. It's getting handbag as seatbelt. And then we can see our event reconstruction. And first, we push this to origin. Let's go, let's just merge this real quick and see if we can, want to test this. We fixed the scrubby styling here. So I'm waiting for this image to be done building. Image is almost done building. Takes like a couple minutes. And then we're going to see, right now there's a styling issue. So when this play, the scrubby circle, we're calling it, kind of hangs off the edge here. So going to be working on that styling. Okay, let's see if the image is done. Almost. Okay, it's done. Do a rollout restart on the next TS service. Nice, rollout restart. We'll see if the play button goes off the screen here. This play button shouldn't exit the box. Boom. Nice. Sonnet did a good job with that. Sonnet did a great job with that. So hey guys, if you're just joining now, we have a telematics video platform where customers can come look at any events that they have. So like driver state monitoring distraction, driver state monitoring fatigue, lane departure warning right. Let's just do panic button. Then we can click generate. Look at all of these events, right? Review any events that might be relevant for a fleet manager. And then the fleet manager would identify an event that's important for him. And this could be anyone that's managing a fleet of vehicles, right? So then we generate any events that might be relevant for them, or they would review the events, see an event that might be an important event to discuss with drivers. They would click coaching to run a coaching analysis on that event. And then we would run this analysis for them. So I can watch the event analysis. So these dash cameras detect events at the edge. So it's a combination of accelerometer and also models that are running at the edge. So quick acceleration, hard brake, hard turn, lane departure warning, forward collision warning, following too closely. Stuff like this will detect these events at the edge, send them to our system. Our system is going to do this post-processing on the events. So we're doing an analysis on the video. We're building a 3D reconstruction of the event. So this helps the fleet manager get even more context. And then we're building a coaching report where we give an event snapshot. We say, hey, how severe is the event? What objects were detected in the event and why? And then we come up with a shared action plan. So whoever's managing those vehicles pretty much has a ton of context to help them communicate with their drivers. So on this channel pretty much, and this is all done vibe coding, guys. So we do some human review, but we're not reading every single line of code. A lot of this is done vibe coding. We're using GitHub Copilot, Whisper Flow, and we're using VS Code, GitHub Copilot, Whisper Flow, Codex CLI. Right now, I'm really using like Codex CLI in combination with Sonnet 4.5. Sonnet 4.5 has proven to be pretty good. So today, we got a bunch of stuff knocked out. We added some new alerts. So these are real-time alerts. Anytime these events come in, we'll get a real-time email alert. Then we have, in our reports, we added these new filters. So we have new filters for these different events. So I could do DSM calling, hit generate, and you'll see this is an event at the edge that is doing object detection. It knows I'm on my phone, right? So I can click coaching on this and click OK. And we just sent the coaching off. Let's see if I can open up the log real quick. So here you can see interesting. I don't know if we maybe already... Hold on. We maybe already ran an analysis on that one, but not exactly sure. Let's try this one, DSM distraction. Just run another one. Okay, here's this one came in, DSM distraction. I don't know what, I'm gonna have to look into that first event and what happened there. But here's the distraction event running. So you can see we're processing the first URL.
And then we'll run the processing on the second URL. There it goes. And you'll see once this is done, it's going to add a new row to this event artifacts table, and it's going to add a timestamp into this coaching requested column, letting us know the timestamp of when we requested this coaching analysis. So here we processed it. We looked through 105 frames. We made 444 detections. And right now it's building the event transcript, communicating with OpenAI, trying to build a coaching document. So here's the event description. We're showing which objects we detected, what the distance of those objects are. So then if I come back here, I go to coaching, we'll see 2:07 p.m. It's 2:07 right now. This is the event that we just reviewed. Here's the event we just looked at. And guys, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe. It helps a lot. Really, this channel's just all about vibe coding, building B2B AI apps. We're going to be doing telematics video stuff, working with open source models, trying to train models, also working with agents. So we're going to be deploying AI agents across this entire system. So sales agents, support agents, operations agents, safety coach agents, right? And so this business is telematics video. We're going to be building another business that's going to be primarily focused on agents. So again, please like and subscribe. It helps a lot. It helps get this content out to more viewers. I'm just going to try this other one again real quick. DSM calling. See if we can run this analysis on this one. I don't know why when we first selected it. We'll have to look into this, but that time it came through. We'll have to look. I noticed that there is some type of little issue where when you do select it, sometimes it doesn't always come through. But hey guys, I think we just got to 4 hours here. I think that was a pretty productive stream, for sure. We got a lot of items done here. Let's just check again. So we got this done. So we got that styling issue on the scrubby playback done. We got that analyzed indicator is now help me understand why this event is not getting an analysis done on it. So pretty much we add that analyzed column to the database. We added these smart event filters, and I guess these two are duplicates. But yeah, we added that analyzed column as an indicator. So again, moving forward, we're really going to be hyper focused on this coaching, because this is really like the brain of the system. Eventually, the idea is all data will flow through this system. We're going to do our analysis, try to pull in as much context for all events as we can for the different users, and then try to I guess look at preferences, look at context, look at patterns, and then try to use agents to create actionable value, actionable items from this data for fleet managers and safety managers to take action on and improve safety, um, and make impact quickly, uh, without having a ton of deep knowledge about building safety programs, managing safety, right? Because some of these companies are smaller. They have like less than 10 vehicles, and safety is important to them, but it's, priority is just getting in the truck and delivering the load, right? Or delivering, or going to go do the work order, right? And so they're focused on the business operations first, and safety is kind of an afterthought. But this is nice because we can try to help smaller businesses that don't have as much resource implement safety and make the roads safer, uh, without them having to do a lot of heavy lifting. So, anyways, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe. Um, okay, it already exists for that one. But anyways, if you haven't already liked and subscribed, guys, please do so. I'm planning to be live on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Central Time, Fridays at 4 p.m. Central. Then I'm doing Saturday or Sundays. I usually get on sometime between 9 a.m. Central and 11 a.m. Central. And right now I'm doing either Saturday or Sunday. Sometimes I might do both Saturday and Sunday. And guys, as we build a bigger audience, I may adjust some of that, adjust the times around a bit. So, um, you know, so just be aware that, if one day I said, hey, I'm gonna be on Friday, but I'm not on, that may happen as we're getting started here, as I'm kind of shifting my schedule around and looking at the analytics to see when the audience is online and adjusting my schedule to fit that. So you may notice some irregularity in the schedule, but eventually I plan, once we keep building an audience, I plan to kind of get more of a rigid schedule that I stick to, so everyone knows when I'm going to be online. But thanks again, guys. This was another live vibe coding stream. This was part 10, and I think we made some really incredible progress today. And I'll see you guys. And thanks again, everyone who watched through this whole stream. I really do appreciate it. Um, it's much appreciated, and I'll see you on Wednesday at 4 p.m. Central. Thanks, everyone. Have a good rest of your weekend, and have a great start to your week.